Hey there, folks. Zeikier here, and this is 7 Samurai 20XX for the PlayStation 2. We'll be doing a cutscene percent of the any percent run. Should be a cozy 4.5 hours or so. So hope you guys got a snack and strap in. We'll see how the Akira Kurosawa classic holds up to the modern day. Let us begin in 3, 2, 1, roll it.
Slow down! He's here somewhere!
Alright, so this game is a early to mid 2000s hack and slash beat 'em up. A little before the time where Devil May Cry and Clover Studios revolutionized the genre. So there's a couple of neat ideas this game has going for it that don't quite measure up to its contemporaries and successors, but there are some neat ideas. You got the basic attack. You got the Nido Ryu mode, which is the bread and butter of fighting faster in this game. And also, the sheathing animation's a little longer, so while it's not necessary, it's a good idea to try to end combat after the mode expires. You got a guard meter, you got a block, and that's pretty good stuff.
You strangers lost?
No! They were just found! By me.
Well, an oversized humanoid.
Those villagers are mine, samurai boy!
No, I don't think so.
Alright, here's our first boss fight against Zex. He's a relatively easy boss, just gotta remember to block his attacks, hammer into him. A successful just guard will refill your Nido meter. And there we go.
That was a mistake.
Humanoids.
You did it! You're our savior!
Whoa, hey, I'm nobody's savior, trust me.
Our village was attacked by the humanoids that set fire to the city. We came here to find someone to help us, a fighter like yourself.
Sorry, not interested. Those are humanoids, they're kinda nasty. You better move fast.
Come on, Hinata.
Humanoid! Wait for me!
Right.
Alright, so we're playing as Nato throughout the game. He is based roughly on Katsushiro from the original Kurosawa film, and he is played by anime and video games own Liam O'Brien. Might know him from things like Scent from Drakengard 3 and the second voice actor for Lazard Valeth in, I think, the second Valkyrie Profile game after Maddie Blaustein's passing. And yeah, he's pretty alright. A fun little thing I learned about the developers of this game is that there's quite a pedigree behind this title. Like, they eventually reached out to Kurosawa's family and the license holders or whatever to try and make a game, and Dimps actually worked on this game, and you might know them from the stretch of 3D Sonic games from like the 2010s. They certainly know their way around 3D modeling. Now, one of the important things about keeping Nito Ryu mode up is that your single sword mode is significantly more awkward with combat, and oddly enough, the early parts of the game are tougher to deal with quickly than the later parts, considering waves tend to be pretty staggered and haphazard, while later enemies being more aggressive mean you can get better just guards, which, you know, keeps your Nito up and keeps the fights moving. There's limited camera control with this, besides pressing the shoulder buttons to center it. There's no lock-on. You kind of have to work around that. You got just attacks, which sometimes happen if they feel like it, where you'll do a little extra damage, slow down the camera, and see. Single sword mode gives you a quicker sheath. You want to ideally finish your fights as close to the exits as possible. For the overture, we're mostly dealing with basic humanoid enemies. Humanoids are the basically enhanced non-humans that are not very savory fellows. We certainly won't be like our first boss Zex earlier. That certainly won't be the last time we hear from him. So be ready when that happens. Yeah, there's combo meters, there's a guard meter. The main crux of this run is going to be exploiting a mechanic that we'll see at the end of level tallies, where, depending on your performance, you will be increasing your life, your guard meter, and your Nito meter, based on how low those all are by the end of the chapter. Nito's a little tricky because you want it recharging, not active, for it to count. Guard meter decreases in weird increments instead of, like, you know, smaller amounts, so you gotta keep that low. And hit points, they get a little tricky, but yeah, all those boosts and such are in service of Chapter 9, where we'll be dealing with a very difficult series of gauntlets that we want all our stats as high as possible. And the run up until then is building towards that. While the game itself has a relatively temperate difficulty, Chapter 9 has a massive difficulty spike, and the more prepared we are, the better.
That was easy. Ambush, huh? Let's do it.
Okay, we got this burning fireball coming towards us, so you'd think we'd be able to just run and avoid an instant death pet. Well, funny thing, this wall of fire does not hurt us, and it's an auto-scroller, so we have to wait for us to reach the end of the screen, but instead we'll just take a quick break, take 5, and let things play out. Take a couple hits just in case. I don't know if donations are read, but feel free to, well, you know.
Over here!
Huh?
Come on!
did it!
I told you I'd find him. See?
So, this was all planned, huh?
Yeah, they told me this cool warrior guy saved them from the humanoids, so I said he must be a samurai.
No, he's no samurai.
I know he is! The kind who helps people. Tell him you're a samurai.
He's right. I'm not.
Huh? I know you don't mean it. I know you're gonna help us.
Quiet. Take off. They're coming back.
Huh? All right, come on, let's go.
Hurry!
And Al is voiced by Brienne Bosling, which I'm not sure. She sounds like other anime voice actresses that voice kids, but I'm not entirely sure of her oeuvre. I didn't really have time to check this time. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of Mona Marshall, but yeah, this game's cast is a who's who of anime and video game roles for sure. Like, it's always wild. The early 2000s seemed to have a ton of, especially on the PS2 era, had a ton of like just gigantic pedigrees of just like composers or artists. Like, speaking of artists, the character designer behind this game is a French comic artist known as Mobius, which like I said, very interesting little pedigrees. You know, like, and if you're familiar with Legaia 2 Duel Saga, that basically had 3 of the biggest names in video game composers at the time. You know, Mitsuda, Mishiro Oshima, who did the original, and I think Hitoshi Sakamoto. Yeah. Got a new enemy here, the jumping dudes. They tend to be a little annoying. Their attacks aren't as easy to predict for blocking, but you always got to keep an eye on this little alcove because there's roughly 4 waves that show up. But they won't always look like they're depleted.
That was easy.
Right on.
Piece of junk. You need an upgrade, pal.
Playing with machines again, huh? You always did like gadgets. This one's hefty.
I'm not really playing with him. Actually, he's trying to kill me.
Really? How unfriendly. These things have been attacking outlying villages, you know.
Careful, Nato. He'll surprise you.
I do like the little format for how boss fights work, where they kind of turn it into like a fighting game looking arena. But yeah, this dude. Want to take a few more? Yeah, I just did a just step there, which also refills your meter, just like a successful block does. And yeah,
That was easy.
Julienne the boss, and call the overture good.
About these village raids. Why do I have a feeling you know something about that, Jody?
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, Nato. What village raids? Who's doing it?
Miss Innocent.
Get off my case. You're the one who walked out on me, you know. You've got some explain. Hey, where are you going? Nato!
The delightful anime cheese. Now, there's a ton of stats they measure at the end of each chapter, including calories burnt. And there's calories for Nato and calories for you. And I have no idea what they're calculating for burnt calories besides how much you're pressing buttons, I guess. But it's very, very intriguing how much they calculate on the stats. And as you saw, we got a boost to our guard meter and our HP. That's very good. Alright. No cutscene, we're right into it. Now, things to keep in mind for the speed run of this game is that there are some rooms where you can avoid combat, and there are some rooms where Nato won't pose after the wave is clear and the path is open. Now, those, if you're really trying to time when Nido Ryu mode ends, it's good to know which ones, have him not posing to save roughly half a second on the sheathing. But otherwise, as far as I know, running speed is the same between both modes, so that won't affect too much. But yeah, when Nido mode is boosted at the end of level, that will boost the duration. I don't know if it boosts the recharge time, but you'll add a couple seconds for each boost. So it's a little, like I said, it's a little trickier. It's a little trickier getting that boost, because sometimes it will, sometimes it won't, but they're usually pretty small boosts. Luckily, if you're good at blocking, you don't really need the extra meter, but it does help. Okay. 2 new enemies, the gunners. They're a little frustrating if you let them fire at you, but otherwise, just easy enough HP sponges. Warrior 1 pose. Last room. He will pose at the end of this. Yeah, so far this run has 2 categories. There's any percent, and there's all bosses. The all bosses is pretty interesting, though a little tricky considering part of it involves some navigation through Chapter 3, which is a very intimidating level for a first-time player. And there's also variations on normal difficulty and hard difficulty. Hard difficulty is up for whoever plays it, because it is pretty tough. Like you take more damage, enemies are a little hardier, and Chapter 9 becomes very unpleasant. Like this game plays well enough, and it's impressive how much is done with like the pre-character action days of games. But at the same time, its limits do show up when it's pushed any harder than a normal mode. But luckily, normal mode's a nice brisk little romp. And whatever issues can be mitigated by, comfort with the mechanics.
That was easy.
Every now and then they'll have nice little establishing shots to flex the graphics team. This game, we'll be playing.
Come on, guys, think. There must be a way to find a samurai to fight for the village.
We'll be playing Guess What Scene Was Taken from the Movie, and we'll see how right I am, because this is my first exposure to this game. I have not seen the original film.
Excuse me. Mind if I borrow your clothes?
He's in there. But why would he steal a baby?
Ransom. Probably to save his own skin.
Excuse me. Coming through. Excuse me, do you have any spare change? I'm trying to get enough for a hot meal. Get back, old man! Sorry, hearing's not so good. Can't hardly see either. Mind if I step a little closer? I said get back! Okay, no problem.
Could you see the baby? Does he have it?
Yes. a samurai. The lady's got her baby back.
I got a good feeling that that scene was in the original. Now that was Kanbei. He, based on also Kanbei from the original, and he's voiced by Michael McConaughey, who you might know as Chocobo Bill from the FF7 remake. Does a lot of nice, distinct, older gentleman voices. Okay, we got new enemies. The wolves. They're a little trickier. They still got pretty good wind-ups, but they're a little faster too. So you gotta pay attention to their attacks, lest you eat some unnecessary hits. They also, I don't know if it's the engine or just a quirk of theirs, but they sometimes disappear if they're far enough away from you. Which I don't know if that, again, I don't know if that's them or the game, but they can get the drop on you. Yeah, hard mode cranks their super armor up really high, so that makes them a little dangerous.
That was easy.
We don't have much, but please help us. Protect our village.
You're wasting your breath. If you're smart, you'll get as far away from this village as possible.
We can't do that. It's our home. Oh.
You think one samurai can protect you in this savage land? I'm seeking a place of peace, where weapons aren't needed and samurai don't have to fight.
Can't you just kill a couple humanoids for us?
You seem to be missing the point. As long as you stay in this land, no matter how many humanoids you slay, there's always more.
Get out of here, everyone!
Now, when I first played this, for a second I thought you'd switch control between the different characters that show up. Unfortunately, that's not the case. It's Nato all the way through, so you only get to enjoy other characters' feats from the sidelines. Now, Nato has several sub-attacks that he'll do during Nido Ryu mode, like a drop kick and other things that don't really affect combat too much. You can't break enemies' guards besides just wearing them out with a persistent assault, but you do have certain things like, yeah, like a aerial backflip and stuff that mostly are just for show rather than like any practical use in a fight, but you know, they're there. I think they're mostly stuff with stats.
That was easy.
Yeah, if you can handle a fight where Nato poses without Nido Ryu, it's always nice to save a
Perhaps if we work together,
second.
we could help those villagers. Without us, they won't last another day.
That's because they're clueless, and I'm not interested in being some kind of samurai hero. I like my freedom. I'm not giving it up to you or anyone.
That's how you feel now, but life's always surprising. You say you want freedom, but the way of the samurai is the way of freedom. Let us go our separate ways then, but I have a feeling we'll meet again. soon.
Alright, here's one of the first times where we don't have to fight, so we can just run past the enemies. I think the reason some combat scenes are skippable is that there are weapons you can unlock that unfortunately aren't only cosmetic, but there are certain weapons that are unlocked from using a certain amount of kills, a certain amount of slashes with single sword mode and need over you mode. So I'm assuming these optional combat sections are just for building those stats. Yeah, unfortunately, since the other weapons don't affect anything, you know, that makes New Game Plus runs a little less interesting, especially considering New Game Plus does bump the difficulty up to hard mode, which is not the best. Like all the life meter in the world won't really help a hard mode gauntlet, so kind of a missed opportunity, but some of the weapons are funny looking. Yeah, mashing the guard button's a little risky because, as you might have noticed, that it doesn't go down in specific chunks. It'll go down in, like, bursts and then slowly decrease, which is sometimes hard to gauge whether or not you'll have enough meter for a block. Kind of a strange decision, but at the same time, it's a good incentive to try and get your guard meter as high as possible, and definitely more of a priority than increasing the Nito meter. Just so you can, too many accidental mashes don't wind up affecting you later on. Yeah, there are three main techniques for combat. There's the just guard, which thankfully is reliable in pulling off. There's the just step, which is a dodge behind the enemy that slows time down and refills your meter. It's not as reliable, but it is consistent enough so where you can mash into it without the game punishing you too hard. And then there's the just attack, which ostensibly happens when you hold towards an enemy and then can, like, zip between them. Now, it's a neat idea. The only problem is there's no really reliable way to trigger it, so you're mostly stuck hoping it procs, but luckily it isn't too much of a problem, with the possible exception for a later boss, which is one of the more serious time moments of the run, mostly because of the unpredictability of it, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Yeah, here's one of the first longer waves of the game. A lot of enemies, a lot of waves. Just keep hammering away until they decide they've had enough. You'll tell when a just attack is successful with the action lines from Nato and a whoosh you might hear in the background. Like that. So sometimes Nato will zoom forward without the just attack going off, but that's usually not too big a deal. Sometimes enemies will just, like, straggle behind. Kinda odd. Oh! Oh, hey, didn't see you there.
That was easy. Jody, what a surprise. I knew you had something to do with the raids on these villagers.
I'm trying to help them. Move out, hurry!
Come on.
Right.
Good luck, Nato!
Thanks.
Yeah, speaking of pedigrees, the music in this game was composed by the one and only Ryuichi Sakamoto, who unfortunately did die sometime last month. So rest in peace, Sakamoto. He was apparently he was a huge name in the music industry, pioneered several genres, electronic music genres, and sometimes it shows here. It's a pretty alright soundtrack, all things considered. But again, like a ton of who's who in this game. Oh, and that was a White Fox or whatever. Okay. Every now and then you'll be turned around from where you need to go. So for this is an example where you have to turn around. White Fox is another boss we'll be seeing more than once from now. Pretty simple for the most part.
I'm trying to get them out of here, Nato. They need our help.
Alright, there's another section we can just ignore the enemies. What you want to do is you want to activate Nito around halfway across the first bridge. Once again, you want to make sure it's depleted and recharging, not active when you reach the end of a chapter. And when you reach the second part of the bridge, make sure to mash guard. The zaps are... alright. The sparks are roughly the end of the area, and that's it for Chapter 1.
Nato! Hurry, Nato! No way! Come on, you can make it!
No!
Nice catch.
Well, samurai aren't so bad after all, huh?
I honestly thought he was going to fall in that cutscene when I first played this, and then end up somewhere else. See, that's what I mean about the, it's a lot of guard meter, though. That's what I mean about the, Nito, boost being kind of iffy. Like, even though I had, like, around 30%, I guess that wasn't enough for a boost. Then again, you only get, like, 2 or 3 points per boost, so... it's kind of rough.
I'll need a map to plan out the best defense of your village. Each enemy will attack in a different way, so we'll need multiple defense strategies. And the villagers will have to fight with us.
They're not warriors, they're farmers. They can't fight.
Then we'll have to train them. We'll need a total of 6... no, make that 7 samurai. Backed by the villagers, we just might pull it off.
Yeah, where are we gonna find 7 trained warriors?
We've already got 2, you and me. We'll have to search for the other 5. Go back and tell the village elders we're coming. We'll need food and shelter for 7.
Right.
Good. I'll give him the message.
We'll begin our search for the other samurai. Any ideas, Nato? Someone we can trust?
What about me?
Oh, that's good, Jody. Mistrustworthy.
Shut up!
According to my sources, Jody is based roughly on Gorobe from the original. Right, we ignore the NPCs. While this is cutscene percent, I said nothing about talking to NPCs percent, which honestly would be a lot more trouble than it's worth. We need to get to those cutscenes. Get through town. Hang a few lefts. Be on our way to the first boss of this chapter, Takagi. Sometimes the collision's a little iffy. You gotta make sure Nato doesn't get too hung up on things. Or people.
I'm looking for samurai to guard a village. There's no pay, just food and a floor to sleep on. What do you say?
Get lost. I'm waiting for someone.
I know who you're waiting for. If I take him out for you, will you consider my offer?
Consider? Sure, why not? There he is. Knock yourself out.
Where's Tatsu?
Now, of all the weapons you get in New Game Plus, you don't get Takaji's awesome street sign mace, street sign halberd, which is a tragedy because I love that thing. Yeah, otherwise he's a total pushover, like so.
Don't kill me, please. It wasn't my idea to come here. They sent me to find Tatsuma. They know he's looking for his sister. Please, I'll tell you everything I know. Just don't kill me. They took his sister to the North Tower in District 10. They're just using her to get to him. It's a trap. Necro's behind it. It was all his idea. I had nothing to do with it. If he finds out I told you this, I'm dead.
Oh, that's silly anime cheese. Now, Takaji is voiced by Simon Prescott, aka Ben Isaacson, who you might know as Chief Nakamura from Ghost in the Shell. So that's a noticeable title. Here's another area where we can just run past the enemies. Into the next cutscene. Out of my way.
So, how about my offer?
Fighting for some village? I don't think so, Nato.
You take a lot of convincing, don't you? You heard what the guy said about your sister.
My sister is my business.
I could make her my business too. Help you break her out. Sounds like you could use some backup, and you don't want to go up against Necrol alone. Anyway, I know the North Tower. I can get you inside. And afterward, you can join my team.
You know what I think? I think you're one of them. Necrol sent you here to set me up.
He's not with Necrol. Nato's with us. He respects your skill. That's why he came looking for you.
Yeah? Is that right, Nato?
We can offer you little, and the danger is great, but we sincerely hope you will join us.
I accept your invitation, but I have something to do first.
Great. I know where he's going.
Yeah, so the Necrol they're talking about is 100 Hands Necrol, who is apparently a big name in crime in this area. He's a bit of a tough customer, as we'll learn soon. Now, this is another long room. We're at the assembly line of the factory with the second form of the basic humanoid grunts. They're not too worse than the original. Maybe a little hardier, but otherwise, you know, more of the same. Luckily, enemies all come from this end of the room, so you don't have to worry about any surprise stragglers from the entrance. Now, Tatsuma is voiced by another relatively known voice actor in the anime world. He voices Kisuke Urahara from Bleach. He voices, I guess he's the current voice of Squall Leonhardt in whatever games have him and voice acting. And my personal favorite, Polnareff from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. He's got quite an oeuvre. Now, as far as I know, there's no major collision exploits to skip through this game. Nato does not have a run, or does not have a jump, besides the jump attack, and since you can't execute that out of combat, I'm not entirely sure which areas could exploit that, and if you can even get out of bounds. This run is still pretty new, like, until I started messing around with it, I was basically like the main, source behind figuring out, like, what could even be done, but honestly, if it could grow to figuring that kind of stuff out, that would be pretty awesome, honestly.
That was easy.
Nice. The funny thing, soon after I posted my run on speedrun.com, there was a second runner who managed to beat my time, which is kind of incredible. Like, this all came from looking up whether this had a run, and how long it took to beat, and we took it from there, and it's kind of amazing that there'd be more than one person willing to speedrun this.
Perish.
The conveyor belt over on the far end of the room you want to avoid so you're not carried off in the middle of a fight. But if you want, you can end the fight on the conveyor belt, so you drift along while Nato's showboating. That's an example of those jumping dudes having kind of hard to read tells. The wolves are kind of in the middle. They have a couple attacks that have really easy reads, and a couple that just come out super quick. So, like I said, since the guard has a meter, you can't exactly wait until you actually get a hit. Dang. But at least it was the short sheath. Short sheath. Ah. That one's a shorter wave, so you can take a little ride. Saves you a few steps. Yeah, when you trigger Nito Ryu, you will inflict a quick slash on all enemies around you. I don't think it's any more powerful than a basic slash, and unfortunately, Nato does not have any room clearing moves, so it's all up to your mashing to get through things, which, there are a few times I long for something that would clear a room, but, can't always have those little niceties. The nice thing about these less than stellar games from yesteryear is that it's always cool seeing what could be done or seeing the potential, because I definitely see a lot of potential in what they do with this. Like, I like the idea of your stats increasing based on your weak points. I like the idea of zooming between enemies, though I do think that it should have had a couple more dedicated buttons to things, like a lock-on would have been nice. Something that let you zip between to more consistently just attack would be nice. Again, it's one of those things where you really get your... It's fun to appreciate what's something that isn't a good game or a great, or I wouldn't say call this game bad, but it's always nice to see like what a less than great game does right that like you don't really see too often. Like, it definitely seemed to try and bridge the gap between like a Dynasty Warriors kind of hack and slash and more of a character action-y kind of hack and slash. It's always cool seeing like before something is like final, like before a mechanic system is solved, seeing what the side steps are in the genre's development.
You'll pay for this, Necro. You got lucky and caught me, but you'll pay for it in the end, I swear it!
Big threats from a dead man.
You're the dead man, Necro, unless you're very cooperative. Now cut him down.
Oh, I'll cut him down after I do to him what I did to his sister.
That's it. You just signed your death warrant.
Nato, don't finish him off! I want to do it with my own hands! Perish.
Necro's a little trickier. He hits like a truck, and he hits fast, and he also plants bombs around the arena. A little trickier. You still want to get hit, obviously, for the bonuses, but at the same time, you got to be careful that you don't take too much damage because, well, luckily death is pretty cheap in this game, so you don't have to worry too much. But, you know, it's never fun eating a death. There we go. I think the Overture boss fight is the only time where Nato doesn't immediately go into the victory pose, which is a little tougher for knowing when where your meter should be.
I should have avenged her. It was my sister.
Sorry, but
She was my only family. They went after her because of me.
I know how you feel. You just gotta hang in there.
I'm going to get revenge, Nato.
Now you're talking. We'll fight the humanoids. Together.
I'm going to wipe out 1,000 of them, and the last thing they'll hear before they die is my sister's name. It hurts, Nato.
Let's get out of here and make them hurt. Come on.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, this game does establish pretty quick that there's going to be a body count every now and then. That was a big surprise when I first played this.
What the?
See ya.
Yeah.
Looks like you got your revenge on Necrol after all.
How many times do you have to kill these creeps before they actually die?
Good question.
I don't care if we have to kill them 10 times each. We'll do it.
Are you with us?
Yes. I have no more business in this city.
We need to recruit 4 more samurai before we leave. I hear there's one in the red light district, working as a bouncer.
All right, let's find him.
Very nice. Our meters are on good pace.
Careful, Hinata. Your red hair makes you stand out.
So, this is the adult section of town, huh?
Don't get any ideas.
How are we supposed to find this bouncer guy anyway? I mean, this place is nothing but bouncers, hookers, and thugs.
We'll break up and search separately. We're looking for a large man named Roji.
Okay, Chapter 3 is by far the most complex in terms of maps. If you don't know where you're going, it can be very frustrating because Nato can't go faster than his standard movement, and if you're going for all bosses, well, you better start learning that map. But since we're just doing any percent, we get to just take a smooth trip through town.
You dare to threaten me? I don't pay protection money to anyone. Now get him out of here. Tell Carrick to keep his goons out of my bar.
You'll be sorry.
Oh, well. Come on in. New customers are always welcome.
Right.
Luckily, the green arrow is pretty handy for getting us through the first part of the world, anyway. Right, we got the, got some thugs to cut through. They're basically reskinned, basic humanoids, and, pretty simple. Every now and then, Nato will get hung up on his walk, so you have to kind of push him along a little. Now, Sala, the lady we just met, is voiced by Peggy O'Neill, which I couldn't find any notable roles. A lot of characters in this game are voiced by actors who a lot of their filmography involve additional voices, so it's interesting seeing some of them... get out of here. Seeing some of them have named roles in this game. All the people. Now for the all bosses run, we'd be taking a few side paths already for the first two of 7 fights that would take us off the beaten path. But luckily, one of them takes us right back to the start, so it goes pretty smooth.
Hey, did someone say table dance? I'll show ya a table dance. Thank you. I meant to do that.
Hey, buddy. Nice dance.
Chicks love that kind of thing, you know. Would you believe I used to be a professional dancer?
Sure, why not?
Ah, you're jerking my chain. I couldn't dance my way out of a paper bag. Now, why do I have the feeling that you're looking for something?
Good eye. I'm looking for a guy named Roji.
Oh, I should have known this was about him. He's Sala's boyfriend and bodyguard. Sala owns this place, and she practically owns Roji. You can find him at the Juggernaut. That's where he usually hangs out.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's a subtitle option for this game, so sometimes you kind of have to play it by ear. Now, I'm willing to bet round two of was this scene in the original. I'm willing to bet a variation on that was there, because that will be one of the 7 samurai. Past this place that looks eerily like a 7-Eleven, but it's a 21. So it's a 7 times 3.
Wonder what he's up to.
While it doesn't add too much, I do think it's interesting how much the characters know outside of what the game tells you, like Nato knowing that that's an agent.
Someone's been lying to us, Nato. I don't know what to believe anymore.
Oh. So speaking of Jodie, she is voiced by Michelle Ruff, who you might know as Fujiko from the Lupin the Third series. She's another pretty established actress, so it's pretty rad. And obviously several other roles, but that's the one that stands out at a cursory glance. Okay, here's where the game throws some curveballs. This isn't technically a cutscene, you cannot skip it, but you have to mash circle to get through the dialogue. Right. Jaguar Galler. He's kind of a soft introduction to the skater enemies we'll run into later, but with a ton more annoying little tricks. Like, well, the skater enemies are always annoying to hit, but he'll also throw some fire hazards around the arena. Oh, nice. Once you catch him, do not let him out of your... Well, as much as you can, keep them in your grasp. There you go. Whew. Get your bearings and go. Come on. And on through to the casino.
That door was locked for a reason, chump. Where's Roji?
All right, this is one of the few times in the game. Come on, one of the few times in the game where there'll be a fork in the road, and this is one of those times where you don't want to go left, you want to go straight ahead, because otherwise you'll get an extra fight, and that means more time on the clock, and we don't want that. Because if you go left, there's a little area that will lock off for a quick fight, but we just want this one. You know, since end of level health meter tallies only count your status at the end of the level, you don't need to have your meter low throughout the chapter for it to count. So, if you want to avoid any unnecessary deaths, you can always stay topped off if needed. And this is a long chapter with very few health oases. So, yeah, you have to economize your stats accordingly. The interesting thing about mobs of enemies is that they don't really wait their turn, but at the same time they don't gang up too much on you. That's kind of neat that especially like I don't think they respect being off camera because you'll have a couple enemies charge you from off camera. So it's an interesting mixture of what they do and don't do in combat.
You must be Roji. Hey, I really hate to interrupt you, okay?
I'm a man! I am the man!
Listen, Kanbei sent me. He said you owe him a favor.
Kanbei, no. I don't do the samurai stuff anymore. I'm with Sala.
Could you just talk to him?
No, I won't do it!
Come on, Roji!
No!
Roji, they kidnapped Sala. Kirik took her to his hideout. They want some kind of ransom. You've got to help her.
Wow.
Where's Roji?
That's what I've been asking. I finally find him and he takes off. Now, if you tell me where Sala is, maybe I can help her.
No, that's not a good idea. This is personal. I need Roji.
Well, you can find him right through that hole. If you don't tell me where she is, I'll just find her myself. And then when I save her, I'll let her know how uncooperative you were.
I didn't mean to offend you, but this is a personal affair.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
A pretty impressive amount of facial expressions from that guy, who totally doesn't look suspicious at all. You know, Roji's based on Shichi Roji and voiced by Peter Spellos, who again just seemed to be a lot of incidental voice work in anime and games like Dragon's Dogma and etc. A couple characters in Bleach, I think. Code Geass. And we're go back the way we came. Chase Roji around town.
You sure you know where this guy's hideout is?
You sure you can pay me for showing you the way?
Maybe.
That's not very reassuring.
Don't worry about it.
You know, I used to be a samurai. I was bad to the bone.
Yeah, like you were a professional dancer. Nice try.
It could be true. You never know. These boys use a power enhancer called Megadex. Makes them big and strong, not to mention mean. So if they whip out a needle gun, look out.
Got it. See ya.
All right, see ya.
Unfortunately, needle guns don't quite come into play the way that seemed to set up to make you think. But that doesn't mean they won't come into play. Just, we'll see.
That was easy.
Yeah, now there's small, medium, and recovery health pickups. But for some reason, no full health recovery pickups, which is kind of a bummer. So anytime there is a healing spot, the best you'll get is maybe 3 full heal, or 3 large heals. This game is very fickle about whether or not it decides it's going to heal you after a fight or before a fight. Luckily, they start wising up to that idea later on in the game, but until a point, it's kind of touch and go.
That was easy.
See, there's just a nice one hanging out there. Why not?
Perish!
Luckily, we can just ignore this last batch of enemies and keep moving. This part gets a little annoying because there are 2 hallways we have to go down, and enemies aren't always receptive to being lured from the end, so we kind of have to play a little cat and mouse once the doors open up. Yeah, we go down this hallway, decide it's not the right hallway, I guess, and about face.
That was easy. Perish!
I guess the right hallway wasn't good enough, so the left hallway will suffice. You know, sometimes you'll get a partial just guard, which doesn't give you any meter refill, but it does stop damage from an attack, so it's sort of useful at least. Alright, time for Jiro. He's a little tricky because a lot of his attacks are thrown, and I don't think those build your meter if you block them. So just be ready. Watch his moves. And that's Jiro. You're way too serious. This isn't what I was told. How nice of that door to open for us.
Looking good, Sala. I like the bondage thing.
Who are you?
New customer. Don't you remember? I hate to see a delicate girl like you in distress. So if I help you, maybe you'll help me with Roji.
Hey! Found a friend, eh, Sala? Well, now your friend is dead meat.
Looks like we just found the weakest link, eh, Sala?
All right. We'll see what a weak link I am after a shot of this. What's happening?
What's that? A shot of nasty juice?
It's not supposed to work like that. Someone altered the formula.
Man, Parasite Eve really spoiled us on seeing cool, weird transformations. Just a flash of light is so lame. Anyway, this is Kirik, Drug Demon. His attacks are unblockable, so you have to mash into just dodge to avoid getting clobbered. Luckily, like I said, just step is pretty reliable, even if you mash, because there's no dash meter.
You wouldn't want to cut me loose now, would you?
What traitor was he talking about?
I don't know, but Roji will.
I wouldn't go any closer if I were you.
Why?
That's why.
Great, so you just happen to be here when the place blows.
I was looking for Roji to help you.
Sala! 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 Oh,
Who did this to my casino?
I saw Roji running out the back. He's behind it. You think Kirik kidnapped you on his own? Who do you think gave him that needle gun? Roji planned the whole thing.
I don't believe it.
Roji never cared about you. He was playing you from the beginning. Now you better go somewhere safe. Trust me.
Again, about face. Now the problem with the drug demons is that they have no life meter for some reason, so you kind of have to play those fights by ear and hope your ceaseless assault eventually bears fruit. Okay, here's where things get a little tricky. We no longer have the help of our friend the Green Arrow, and also this is where all bosses starts to open up because it introduces the remaining 4 of the 6 bosses you can fight in Chapter 3, which, again, we will not be doing, but they provide the meat of this game's challenge, including a few bosses that are quite tough, and maybe a little harder than some of the bosses of the game. Now what we're doing here, we're going to the end, up the elevator. We have to make our way back to Sala's, which is near the beginning of the map, which, man, this was an ordeal the first time I played this. You might have noticed the red emblems on one of the doors at the beginning of the stage. That blocks off one of the optional bosses that you beat by beating 4 of the previous optional bosses, and then defeating that boss unlocks the final optional boss behind another gate that we just walked by across the bridge. Some of them, they're pretty good. Like, they're pretty significant encounters, too. They have their own little set of text dialogue. They do have in-battle quotes, and each of their fights are basically their own little gimmicks. Oh, wait, other way. So they definitely have some effort put into them, and defeating them does give you... I think it gives you their weapons. Most of them, anyway. Yeah, like, some of them have their own little encounters. Like, one of them you have to pursue through town, across rooftops and stuff, to their arena. And it's not bad. It's not a bad little trek, especially routing out how to get through all those quickly. Here we're going through here, and towards the end of Chapter 3. Yeah, there is a map function in this game. The R3 actually opens the map in this game, as well as I think the select button opens the weapon menu and stuff like that. Like, not a whole lot of games use R3, especially on like especially on the PS1 and 2. Like, the only ones that really come to mind, I think, is Robot Alchemic Drive, which is a very well-known title. I think that uses the L3 and R3, but yeah, until like the PS3, I didn't even know that was an actual button. I thought you can just I thought it was just a nice little click that you can make with the sticks.
So what do you think, Sala? Is it Roji?
No. Roji's no saint, but he doesn't go against his friends. And he happens to be crazy about me.
Did he ever tell you that?
He doesn't really say it. But it's true. At least I think it is. I don't know.
Sala! Sala!
Oh, it's you. Well?
He's gunning for you, Sala. With all due respect, you've got to kill Roji before he kills you.
No.
You've always been strong, Sala. That's how you got where you are. You know what you have to do. Send a hitman to take him out.
Hey, where are you going? Nato.
I'm going to eliminate Roji. That's what you want, isn't it?
All the game's budget went into that dude's face.
Tay told Sala I'm the one who bombed the casino? She'd never believe that. Now watch your mouth or I'll shut it for you.
Well, now that I finally got your attention, let's see what you got, big guy.
Oh, lame.
I gotta tell her the truth, don't I?
Well, that'd be a good start. She doesn't even know you're a samurai, does she?
No, I never told her.
And what else?
I don't get mushy with her, if that's what you mean. But, well, I guess that's why she didn't trust me.
Bingo.
All right. Sala! I'll tell you everything! I'd never betray you! Never!
Roji? I knew you wouldn't do anything to hurt me.
Tay, you maggot!
Did you really think I'd let you and Sala keep the profits? Now they'll be 100% mine.
Alright, we got another drug demon. He attacks a little faster than than Kirik did, so you gotta be ready. But this is the last fight of the chapter, so make sure you take a few lumps if needed. Be careful not to take too many, lest you accidentally die. There we go. Beautiful. No, don't. Oh. I didn't think you'd drop a health pickup. That's weird.
There's enough serum for one more.
No.
No!
No!
Trade you back.
She's a killing machine now, Roji, and she'll follow my orders. Slay him!
Yes. Yes.
Him, not me.
Yeah.
Sala's gone, Roji. There's nothing left of her. We've got to destroy this thing. I'll do it.
No. Let it be by my hand. Come on, Sala. This will be our last dance.
Come on, man.
There are so many things I wish I could have told her.
Yeah.
These hands have fought so many battles, but they couldn't save Sala.
You were a great samurai once, but you threw that life away. Why?
A girl like her wouldn't have anything to do with the samurai, and I just couldn't live without her.
And so, you lost the best part of yourself, Roji. Your spirit. You've got to get it back. Join me.
I can't do it. I've made a mess of everything.
No, you haven't. You fought another kind of battle. That's all.
You really want me on your team? Even now?
Yes. We'll fight side by side, just like we used to.
Thanks, Kampe.
Oh, come on. Oh, every little bit counts.
The most vulnerable points in the village are northwest, and southeast.
Then that's where they'll attack. The humanoids aren't stupid. We'll need to build ramparts to keep them out. Maybe dig a moat and flood the area. That'll
That
at
means
least
these
slow them
villagers are
down.
gonna have their work cut out for them. But can we count on their cooperation?
Oh, they'll do whatever it takes. I'm sure they'll welcome you with open arms.
I'm sure they won't. Farmers hate samurai. They're afraid of us.
All right, quit spinning the turntable and focus on the map. These outlying areas here, we can't defend them. So this mill and these 3 huts will have to be abandoned.
Oh, great. They're gonna love that.
There's no way around it. Now we'll round out our plan by placing sentries around the village. We'll put them in a full circular pattern. Here, here.
Oh. Oh, that looks good.
Ah, look who's here. I take it you spoke to the village elders. Care to fill us in?
The elders have agreed to your plan. They'll provide rice and shelter for 7. The villagers have no weapons, but they've begun sharpening the bamboo. If you train them, they will follow you.
It's settled then. We'll make the journey. But first we need to find 3 more samurai. Does anyone have a suggestion?
Yes, me. I know Nato doesn't trust me. He thinks I'll switch sides, but it's not true. I can fight.
Very convincing, Jody, but I've got another suggestion. There's this funny little guy named 8. Claims he's a samurai. I think he just might surprise us.
All right, let's meet this fella. The rest of you, search the city. We still need 2 more fighters.
Right.
Yep.
We'll find him.
I think Sala's ultimate fate also kind of surprised me when I played through this for the first time. Like, yeah, another major body to the pile. Just a...
8's down here somewhere. But how do I get through the gate? An agent. There's my ticket. If I can move fast enough. All right. Here goes. There's someone in here. Or something.
What's up, White Fox? We're back at it in around chapter 4. Where are you? Where are you? There you are.
That was easy.
Okay, yeah, I definitely think they're their fade in is definitely part of their behavior. It's like I guess it's a camouflage or something. Every now and then, Nato will interject with like a louder "hooyah" or a "yes," and I don't really know what that means. I don't know if he's like hitting a sweet spot or something, or like reaching a combo milestone. But yeah, he'll interject. Okay, if you're wanting to pick up health pickups, you gotta make sure you do it quickly because they will fade.
That was easy.
Hey! Hey!
Hey, Nato! Yo! You find Roji? How'd that work out?
Great, he joined our team. I was thinking you might want to join up too. You told me you were a samurai.
Yeah, but you weren't supposed to believe me. Anyway, I can't join anything. I've got to take off. So long! I got some business to take care of. You know, I'm an important man. Busy.
I should let this slide, but let's check it out.
So 8's voice actor is Steve Apostolina, who, again, I couldn't find a lot of major roles. He was mostly a lot of incidental voices too, but it's kind of cool seeing him. If he usually just did additional voices, it's cool seeing him play a major character in this game. Yeah, I feel like a lot of these incidental voice actors probably have a lot of voices you'd recognize in, minor roles. Okay, now that's a new enemy. They're the fatties. They are probably the worst enemy in the game. They have that rolling attack. They have very quick strikes that are hard to read, and they never quite seem to go down fast enough. And yeah, that roll attack won't do a whole lot of damage, but the damage that it does do adds up, and it's very bad.
This cadaver should be perfect for spare parts.
What are you, some kind of grave robber? Why don't you let the dead rest?
You look oddly familiar. Let's do a scan. Ah, Mr. Nato. Samurai and subversive. Traveling with Hinata.
Hinata?
You don't even know who she is, do you? You think she's just some girl with pink hair? Oh, that's very funny. I'd like to do some experiments on her. And on you. Just scramble the DNA and see what sort of mutation you turn into.
Wait a minute, I've heard about you. You're dry, aren't you?
Very good. You're starting to interest me. Maybe I'll dissect you and test the limits of your pain responses. I'll ask Guy for permission. See you soon, I hope.
Alright, this White Fox round 2, not much different from the first one. And the added aggression just means more meter for you to burn through. He does turn invisible, which mostly just makes it a little tougher to read his attacks, but otherwise, piece of cake. Watch that ledge! Well, here they come. Can't escape, but thankfully Nato won't pose at the end of this fight, so count your small blessings. Now these big dudes are very strange. Like it feels like their attacks are unblockable, but at the same time you can block their attacks, but sometimes I think the game just disagrees. So but we can skip this part, so... Blessing turntable comes back around. Okay, now this is the tricky part. This is the one thing that can trip you up. This is not a cutscene, so don't waste time pausing to try to skip it. Huh, it's kind of like my move. Third verse, same as the second.
You dream about a butterfly? But are you dreaming the butterfly, or is it dreaming you? Reality is tricky that way, you know? For example, you let someone into your secret brotherhood, but they betray you. A lamb that leaves the flock can't survive for long, not even in a dream. So what's the answer?
I have no idea.
Listen, I had to help that girl. She was like a flower without sunlight. She would have died if she went back to the city.
She had a sacred function to perform. The whole city depended on her. You know what I'm talking about, even if your samurai friend doesn't.
Me?
Who else?
Leave him out of this, all right? He doesn't know a thing about it. I'm the one who hid the girl. I'll take the consequences.
The consequences are death, and the time is now.
The consequences are you leave before I mess up that nice suit.
Oh, I'd hate for that to happen. White silk is very hard to clean. So, I guess I'll have to kill you, too.
Wait!
Jody? You're with him?
Of course she is. Tell him. I'll see you next time, and that will be the last time.
I haven't turned against you, Nato. You've been betrayed. You'll find out. Soon. Why didn't you ask him about Hinata?
I can't tell you about her yet.
I don't care. So you gonna join us?
You serious? I owe you now. So if you want me, you got me.
Great.
You know, I really was a samurai. Ooh, or did I dream it?
I have a feeling that butterfly discussion was in the movie as well. Yeah, it's great. He's one of my favorites. Him and Roji. Alright.
Trouble, Roji?
A little bit. These humanoids tried to cut us off. I told Kambe and the others to go on ahead.
Right. Well, this is quite a crew. Worm Wizard, Hip Hop Boys, and a Crimson Demon. You want to divide them up?
Yeah, but by the looks of it, they're doing a disappearing act.
Well, this one's sticking around. Alright, guys, try to catch up with Kambe. He needs backup. I'll take this guy, one-on-one.
Got it.
Give him a taste of the good stuff.
Alright, this is mostly a boss chapter, and our first boss is Charnel, who is not too bad. His attacks are a little weird, but for the most part he's a pretty straightforward beat 'em up. Nice meaty wind up for that block, and cut. Yes.
Hey, buddy.
You did it! You're our savior!
No matter how many humanoids you slay, there's always more.
Get out of here with those reused voice clips. Come on. We got a new enemy, the tall ladies in the back. Real good source of guard meter because they have very, very easily readable wind-ups. And a whole boatload of super armor.
That was easy.
Nice timing there, health pickup.
quite a specimen. Well, well.
Get out of my way!
Oh, I don't think so. I think I'm going to take you home and keep you as a pet. Would you like to be my pet?
Pet this!
Your eyes glint when you get angry. I like that. I think you'll love being my pet. You see, we humanoids are superior creatures. We'll rule the Earth soon. Humans will be wiped out. So you see how lucky you are. You'll be one of the few humans left. As long as you amuse me. And you will amuse me. Stop resisting. Give in to my power.
Bite me!
Oh, the sting of rejection. Nato doesn't go for the dominatrix thing. Leather's not his style. But I kind of like it, though. Maybe I'll make you my pet.
Huh. You are insolent and scrawny. I'll be back for your friend.
Well, this is just great. Everyone's separated.
What'd you expect? A holiday?
I expected that we'd at least stay together.
I told Aid I'd catch up.
Then let's do it. Come on.
Alright, here comes the most important cutscene of the game.
Yo, Mew! What's up, Kai? Yeah, I'm glad we waited. Right to think that these guys have finally made it. They requested that it's hoping to be you're the one that Agent sent us to see. So this is it. We found our quest. Let's show these guys that we are the best. Look at this. Who's not showing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wasn't there supposed to be 2 more lives? Yeah, we need 2 more. Up in the mix. Wait, where's the betrayer? Now he makes 6. And wouldn't you know it, the final number 7, Canada's not here, the child of heaven. So hurry the hell up, cause we gotta go before the damn humanoids try to steal the show. So why they all tripping about this girl? I don't know, maybe this guy ought to give it a whirl. Nah, scratch that. Enough of this flow. It's showtime!
I hope for your sake you fight better than you rap.
Perish!
Alright. That is entirely the reason why I wanted to run this game. You and Kai. Unfortunately, their fight is kind of a pain. You want to keep them near the bottom of the screen, that way you can tell where they're going. Because the camera is in boss mode, so you know you can't really adjust it. So you kind of have to pray that you're in the right spot. Now, funny story with this little silliness is the sunglasses I found were in my junk drawer, and I was looking for them, just to wear for this cutscene for meme purposes. But what I also found in there was my PSP battery, which had just been swelling and was busted, and the lithium-ion thing had started to swell, and that's not good, and a really bad fire hazard. So, I eventually got that taken care of, and basically this game saved my room from burning down. So, who'da thunk?
Wow. I think, brother, he's just too strong. he proved us wrong. But everyone seems to care about this girl. Yeah, at least. We wanted to meet this girl.
Life is harsh, brothers.
My God.
Don't worry, I'll protect you, Hinata.
Never seen anything squirm so much, have you?
It's got some kind of strange hypnotic power.
You better get those two kids out of here. I'll take care of Wiggles myself.
Right. Hinata, Al! This way! Hurry!
All right.
Okay, so this is Lambda. She's a little weird. She'll have a shadow mode where she goes underground, and you have to deplete her guard meter for her to resurface. Watch out for the little tendrils that come up. You'll be able to use those to refill your meter. But yeah, Mew and Kai are both voiced by Bill Townsley, who you might recognize as the Elder Toguro from Yu Yu Hakusho, which I was not expecting that to be on the list of his roles. Yeah, and the Harpy lady that we met earlier was voiced by Major Kusanagi's voice actress, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. Few more big names for you. That death took a while. Just go right into it. Nice. This is another pretty brief chapter where mostly going around town getting a feel for the village and preparation for the raid. There are a few optional scenes that we can do, and luckily they are cutscenes, not just little dialogue chats. So we will be seeking them out.
Villagers should be here to greet us. Where are they?
Where is everybody?
Usually.
I thought there were supposed to be villagers here.
What's the story with this?
Great.
They should be here.
Hey, if they don't want us here, then let's go home.
No! Come on, everyone! The samurai are here! They've come to protect the village! Come on out! If you don't show yourselves, they're going to leave! Is that what you want?
So much for that warm welcome we were gonna get, huh?
Well, they're afraid of samurai. They think you're going to hurt them. The main thing is, Hinata is all right.
Oh, now they come out. Bunch of scared rabbits.
Quiet! Calm down! Is it humanoids? Which direction are they coming from? We can't fight them unless we have some information. Who saw them? Someone speak up. What about you? Who rang the bell? Somebody must have seen the enemy. Who was it?
There aren't any enemies. I rang the bell. I thought it might bring them all out. Well, if it isn't the village elder, your people are afraid of us till they think they're under attack, and then they want our help. So, do you want us to help you, or you want us to go away?
We need your help, and we're grateful. Don't judge us too harshly. We have good reason to be afraid.
Know what? You're not the only one who's afraid. We're all afraid, every one of us. But when you're afraid, you run like rabbits. When a samurai is afraid, he fights like a lion, and then he forgets his fears. So what do you think? Do we put our lives on the line for these rabbits?
We will help you. We will fight for you, and we'll teach you how to defend yourselves. But we'll need your full cooperation and your trust.
We value your help. Thank you.
Tatsuma is based on Kikuchio from the movie, so, and I know for sure that's a scene from the original because I read about it being
Fight an enemy effectively.
reused.
You have to understand his motivation. So tell me, what do the humanoids want with this village? Is it Hinata? It has something to do with her, doesn't it?
Hinata.
Okay, that's the first one. I think Tatsuma has one as well. There we go. There's 4 in town, and there's 1 back the way we came, near the bridge. 5 in town.
A flag?
Why not? All finished. The circles represent the samurai. The kanji at the bottom stands for the farmers.
Oh yeah? What's the triangle for?
That's you, Nato, the odd man out. I never met anybody quite like you.
Yeah, I've always been an outsider. But maybe that's changing now. Starting to feel like we're a team. Strange feeling. I kinda like it.
Well, here's to teamwork, buddy. You think we're ever gonna make it out of this place alive? Huh?
Well, nobody lives forever.
Guess not, but we can always try.
Okay. Here.
Hey, Nato, good timing. Want to brainstorm? The humanoids will make a frontal attack, but the city agents will spread out and infiltrate. So you see, we need 2 defense strategies, 1 for each enemy. Otherwise, they're gonna break through and get what they want.
Yeah? What do they want, huh?
I'm afraid I can't tell you that. If you knew, you wouldn't like it.
Fine, I'll just leave then.
Whatever you do, Hinata, don't talk to anyone. Especially the samurai. Oh, Nato, do you want something?
Just checking in. You alright, Hinata?
Of course she's alright. Why wouldn't she be? Huh? Hey, quit spying and get out of here! Those villagers can be so nosy. They didn't bother you too much, did they, Hinata?
You're gonna be okay, Hinata. Really.
Now, the funny thing about the modeling of the characters in this game is that most of the characters... Hey. That's weird. Most of the characters, they have their bottom three fingers, like, as a mass, and their index finger and their thumb are posable. But with a couple exceptions. One is that dude with Hinata, whose pinkies are articulate instead. And also Dry, who all of his fingers move. I thought that was a neat little modeling quirk. Like, they're not just a block for a hand. Like, they have some posability, which is kind of cool. It's cool seeing what they decide to do with how they configure their models. We're going out here, chat with the Elder, and then we can keep going for the rest of the chapter.
These samurai aren't stupid. If they find out the truth, they could turn on us in an instant.
I told you to protect the girl. But everyone had to get greedy.
You know how much she's worth? Her ransom will mean an end to our poverty.
And what about her? She came here in need of protection. To betray an innocent child invites the wrath of heaven. Oh, Nato, we were just speaking about you and the other samurai. You see, everyone wanted you to come here, but now they're afraid of what you'll do.
Let's cut to the chase. What are you hiding?
Nothing. Nothing important. These are private issues, personal things we can't talk about with outsiders.
You need to bring this out into the open.
No.
I'm sorry, Nato. As an elder, I can advise the villagers, but I can't force them.
Excuse me.
Secrets turn the soul dark. You're seeing the worst side of our people because they're afraid. But they can be noble, too, if you give them the chance.
Oh, the village isn't so cut and dry, it seems. Which I bet is also an angle that they use for the villagers in the original. Maybe this run can be a springboard for me finally checking out the original Kurosawa classic. Not exactly the intended order for most viewers, I'm sure. All right, we're hanging it right here. Check on Roji. Oddly enough, there isn't an arrow pointing to him, despite the fact that progress is in his direction.
Stand straight! If you don't toughen up, the humanoids are gonna have you for lunch, literally! Now charge at me! Go! Next! Come on, don't be shy. Point the spear toward me, not toward yourself. That's better.
Good luck with that, Roji. I'm just gonna wander into this cave. No reason. Alright, we can't avoid combat here, so we should just gotta fight as we go through. Luckily those big dudes have a tell and when they're dying, so you don't have to stick around too much. Once they do that big wince. Nice. Every now and then, you're accidentally cool in this game. Come on, Nato, get up that step. Yeah, there are a few optional encounters in other side paths around the village, but this is the only mandatory one because it leads to the boss and the end of the chapter. Oh my gosh. You couldn't have come in sooner, buddy. It doesn't quite let up with the awkward wave spawning, but you know. There are a few stragglers like that. Though I think it does depend on what's killed, like if you kill the big dudes late, then their replacements spawn late instead of just, you know.
Hey, come on! Why were you hiding this thing? It's not yours!
Let go of it!
I'll bet it belongs to Hinata.
No, it doesn't!
It belongs to the sacred child. Up here.
If that's the sacred child's mantle, the agents were lying to us about Hinata.
Yes, they tricked us. Give me the mantle. Hand it over.
Not cool.
Very acrobatic landing. You could have joined our troop if you hadn't destroyed it. You know we always take a bow before a performance.
Those two rappers were in your troupe. You need a new act. Get back.
Okay.
The agents sent us to find Hinata, but they didn't tell the truth. There's a secret in this village.
Give us Hinata, and we won't need to fight.
Forget it.
I had a feeling you'd say that. Time for your last performance.
Perish.
Okay, here's one of the most awkward fights in the game, Epsilon. Who is voiced by Eddie Frierson, who I think I saw he did some additional voices in Zatch Bell, which seems fitting given the whole puppet thing. Now, unlike other bosses, the main gimmick is you have to attack the puppet, but in order to attack the puppet, you need to dislodge him from his puppeteer's clutches, which is a little tricky. I think you have to do a just attack, but the mechanics behind it are a little awkward and not super clear. Luckily, he cooperated pretty quickly. A lot of times he'll spend a lot of time spamming some fire breath and making it impossible to get at the doll. But luckily, if you hammer on him and get him into a corner, it'll be easy to attack both him and the puppet. Now, when I first played this, I originally thought all you could do was spam the backflip attack, which, while feasible, is not super fast. But luckily, I eventually learned you can... Yeah, he has a pretty easy tell. Like, once he staggers, he usually gets an attack ready. You can keep your Nidometer charged. That's the best that fight has ever gone. Because sometimes he'll just, like, spam a lot of moves that you can't counter, and it's really bad, but luckily that fight was just aces. That's one major roadblock out of the way.
Nato, is there a problem here?
It's because of this.
Where'd you get that?
I found it in that hut over there. They were hiding it.
Where did you get it?
He took it from Hinata. She brought it when she first came here. It's the mantle of the sacred child.
You mean Hinata's the sacred child of the city?
Yes. She escaped from the city, so we protected her. That's why the humanoids and the agents attacked us.
Why didn't you tell us that?
I wanted to, but I couldn't. As a village elder, I'm bound to keep the secrets of my people.
Yes, and you're still hiding things. Unless you tell us everything, we'll attack your village.
No, wait, I'll tell you. I'm sorry. I'll tell you everything. The Holy Child is very valuable to the people of the city, so we decided to return her for ransom. We knew they would pay more money than we'd ever dreamed of. But before we could do it, they attacked. We had to protect ourselves first, then make a deal for Hinata. That's why we went searching for you warriors.
Okay, maybe not Zatch Bell, but that was someone else who did Zatch Bell.
These poor innocent farmers have been lying to us. They've been playing us, right from the beginning.
Yeah, who needs them? Let's go home.
Perhaps we should just take Hinata back to the city.
She doesn't want to go back. Anyway, they've chosen a new holy child and placed her on the throne now. So there is no place for Hinata anymore. Believe me, it's for the best. The life of a sacred child is very lonely and sad. Hinata would rather die than go back to that.
And why are the agents still chasing her?
That's what I'd like to find out. I'm going into the city. Maybe I can get some answers.
Tell me something. How come you know so much about this? You got some kind of inside track? I think you're hiding something.
You're right, I'm an agent.
What?
At least I was an agent before all this started. You see, Hinata was captured by humanoids, and they sent me after her. When I rescued her, she begged me not to take her back to the city, so I brought her here. You know, I thought the villagers would protect her.
Instead, they betrayed her, huh?
Yeah. Human nature. They got greedy. Anyway, since I used to be an agent, I think I can talk to the leaders in the city. I'll try to get them to leave Hinata and the villagers alone. The trouble is, since I didn't bring Hinata back to them, they think I'm a traitor. I hope I can make them understand.
All right, but I want someone to go with you. There are going to be agents and humanoids chasing you.
I'll go.
Okay, Nato, but be careful.
Right.
Thank you.
So I did learn Frierson played Ken in the Street Fighter II movie. So, okay, that's pretty cool. And let's see. Also, the big dude Dry that I was talking about, he was voiced by the late Bob Peppenbrook, aka John Smallberries, who, speaking of Street Fighter, voiced Dan Hibiki in the Street Fighter Alpha movie from way back, which I don't think was super good, but his part was funny.
You were smart, you'd stay here. But no, you gotta come along. I think you like getting in trouble.
Samurai!
Careful.
You can't defeat humanoids, you must know that. We're a superior race. My flesh is indestructible. Watch. You see, I envy your frail human body. For you can pass on to the next world, while I am trapped on this earth.
This guy's whacked. You know, I don't give a damn about your angst. If you're here for a fight, come on!
I'm looking for Nirvana. But that only comes with death. And since you cannot kill me, I must kill you. Those are Ain's orders. Of course, I'll have some help from my friend.
Oh, it's Samurai Boy!
Told you he'd be back.
Ah, great.
Now we got two of them to deal with.
Hey, get out of here! You've got to get to the city! I'll deal with these fools! Do it! Hurry!
Oh, he's loving it.
Nato, I told you to get out of here! You've got to help Hinata!
I'm not leaving you here. I'll throw you alive.
No.
Don't be stubborn.
Just go to the city. I'll meet you at the scrapyard if I can.
Hello, this is me. I'm not gonna leave you hanging.
No problem.
Nato!
Now, this isn't the beefiest story, but I do like when there's little character moments like that. Just like little things to have them stick their necks out for each other and stuff. Even though you don't see it, you can kind of feel the rapport with Nato and 8.
Where is he?
Okay, stop smirking like that, Nato. You're weirding me out.
You know, this laughing thing has got to go, all right?
No, you have to go.
Oh, sick burn.
Come on, let's do it.
Alright, here's the second verse. Zex is pretty much the same as he's been. Maybe a couple new moves, but otherwise... The nice thing about Zex is that he's pretty susceptible to both just steps and just guards, so you have no shortage of ways to get your meter up on him. His actor, Joe Ramirza, not too familiar with his work. Again, he's one of those people who's mostly a background extra, but you know, again, it's cool. It's cool seeing the extras get their little moments in the spotlight. Now this chapter is where the 7th and final optional boss is, which thankfully we don't have to do because the room to unlock them is very frustrating, and we don't need additional headaches getting to him. Gotta get through town. Hang a right at the chicken.
Musashi's sword. So you carry two swords, a short one for battle, and a long one that used to belong to your master. That's very original. You know that sword longs to be used. It remembers the hand of its master, Musashi.
You have no right to talk about my sensei, and I don't like it. Understand? Huh?
I have every right to talk about Musashi. I knew him just as he knew you. You can't own a man's memory. No. Follow me.
That's a good line. And that's Michael Forrest, who probably also does a bunch of old... Dang it, game! Step into the light. Here's the hockey dudes finally come to play. Luckily, they're pretty weak, and don't go down with. Don't take too much to go down, but they are still annoying, especially in big rooms like this. We're going into the Divine Tower of Kaled now.
Looking for someone?
Who are you? Are you a humanoid? Because if you are, take your best shot.
Oh. Is this your answer to everything? Fighting, always fighting? It's such a pity. Is there a reason you fight? Or is it just because that's all you know? What is it you're striving for?
Freedom. That's all I want. But it's not easy to stay free.
Did Musashi teach you that?
He taught me to use a sword, that's all.
I believe he taught you the way of the samurai, just as I taught him. You have an odd idea of freedom. No. Not free of strife. Not free of fear, but confusion and self-doubt.
That's true.
You know what real freedom is, but you're running away from it. Running away from your samurai nature. Follow me. I'll lead you back to it.
All right, I'm game. Where are we going?
You can show me anything, as long as it's not a Godskin apostle. Now we must prove ourselves!
can see why Musashi chose you as his disciple. He knew the way of the samurai, yet inside of him there was always something restless and dark. His daring made him a great warrior, but it also brought him to an early end. I was sad to see him fall.
Better to die well than live like a mouse.
Better to live well, like a blazing sun that brings light to the world. Don't let your fire burn out, Nato. We need you. I know you're on a quest, but you need another samurai to fight beside you. Come, I'll show you the way.
You can tell me where we're going.
This is a place of combat, ritual combat. Many warriors contend. One of these warriors is your destiny. I wonder if you can recognize that warrior.
Let's find out.
It's quite a hodgepodge of different aesthetics for this level, I gotta say. You almost made it sound like we were about to do a tournament arc, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not won't quite get our wish for a tournament arc. You want to top off, because this is where the chapter starts getting nasty, because it's Fatty's Fart 2! Luckily the room's pretty small, so they don't have too much room to avoid you in, but that doesn't make them any less awful. Unfortunately, their roll attack can't really be just guarded properly, which is what makes them even more of a pain. Okay, here comes the second worst room in the run. So, there are two ways we can go about it, but for the sake of marathon safety, I'm going to go the safe way, and that is taking both these rooms one at a time instead of spawning everything at once. Come on, buddy. They're just a who's who of the worst and the most annoying enemies in the game. If nothing else, the wolves have pretty good tells, even if they're kind of hard to tell. With one, the fatties rolling into you and messing up your rhythm, and two, just the visual chaos of paying attention to them and also the other enemies. And to make matters worse, this is, I think, the last fight of the chapter, so while you want to have your HP low, you also don't want to get shredded, so... It also doesn't help that the fight's kind of long, so...
That was easy.
I'm gonna heal just in case there's one more wave. I don't think there is, but... There's not. So yeah, in the all bosses route, we'd be doubling back to that first room where another wave of enemies would appear, which opens the door to Brahmin, the final optional boss.
One more thing, Nato. You will meet an enemy who does not fight with weapons. He fights with an unseen power.
Thank you for the tip, Sensei.
Please don't leave me to their dogs. Give me the honorable death of a warrior.
Ooh, brutal.
What?
Watch.
Utsuho kazeho mizuhani. Utsuho kazeho mizuhani. Utsuho kazeho mizuhani. Destruction. Union. Transcendence. At last, with your mask stripped away, you have seen the truth.
Get out of my head. Fight like a warrior.
I'm not here to fight. I'm here to possess you, body and soul. You are my soulmate. Do not forget what you have seen. Your energy must combine with mine. But first I must tame you. Utsuho kazeho mizuhani.
You know, I don't think she wants to be tamed.
You're interfering? You're either a powerful warrior or a fool.
Yeah. Now let's find out which one.
Toyoke no ryuo mochite amanaru fumito sem. 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 I and my humanoids will soon rule the earth. Samurai like you will be crushed, for I will have the power of the sacred child, and Q will be at my side. Remember, Q, you and I will be joined soon.
But how did I get here?
1 year ago, they put the mask on you. It took away your soul. You fought many battles like a demon. Now you've returned to yourself.
I'm so lost. I don't remember anything.
That is the way humanoids work. The one you just encountered is their leader. His name is Ein. He needs you, Q, and the power of the sacred child.
Okay. What's he gonna do when he gets him?
He's going to transform. He will have the power of a god.
What?
I'm frightened.
You'll find your power again soon. To stop Ein, you must unravel the mystery of the sacred child.
Mystery? Of the sacred child?
Yes. Nato is already on the path. Join him. Go to the city and find 8.
All right. You're welcome to come along. Come on.
Wind's getting a little whippy out there. Storm's coming in.
Nato? Who's that girl?
Huh? Jody! Where have you been?
Where have you been? We dealt with a traitor. Your friend.
Wait! Friend? 8!
Nato, I found the agents. They said I owed them. Because of the sacred child.
What do you mean, owed?
A blood debt. So I gave them my sight. Now they're satisfied. They won't chase Hinata. What's that?
That's Q. She's a friend.
That's good. You can go with her, Nato. I'm no use anymore.
Come on.
Just leave me here, Nato.
That's not gonna happen, so forget it. Now let's go.
Took his eyes out. That's pretty hardcore. Yeah, give me that guard. Yeah. Even. Been a pretty lockstep on my health and my guard. Yeah, Q is based on what is it? She's based on Kyuzo, and she's played by Gwendolyn Yo, who's done Domino in the Deadpool game, and Shaira from Mass Effect, among other things, of course.
The village is under attack. Wait here.
8 is based on Heihachi from the original. So curious what things were moved around for their roles in the original.
Everyone get back!
Please, no! Help me!
You heard me! I said stay back!
Stay away from the summoner!
Who gave the order to attack this village? Who's your commander? Speak up.
It's dry. I put him in charge of all the humanoids in the sector.
Where is he?
He's got a hideout, an underground lab at the north end of the valley.
We've heard enough! Kill him!
Stop, don't. Okay, the silly punch sounds are kind of taken away from this moment.
The agents aren't after Hinata now, but the humanoids still want her, so we can't just wait here for the next attack. We've got to hit them first.
Right, but that means splitting up. Some of us must stay here.
I can lead you to Dry's hideout. I know that part of the valley.
Good idea. We'll assemble a team.
I'll go.
All right. You take charge.
Wait. If you're going, Nato, I want to stay with you.
Agreed.
I'll go too. If I stay, I swear I'll go off on these villagers. Look at them.
Chapter 8's going to be another beefy, combat-heavy chapter.
Where the humanoids hang out, huh?
They also bring prisoners here. I hear Dry likes to experiment on them.
You better wait outside.
Yes, Graham.
No, I'm staying with you.
You want to be a hero now. You villagers don't know how to fight. You're just walking into a death trap.
I'm sorry we lied to you about Hinata. Give me a chance to make up for it.
Great. Now he's sensitive.
I feel like the echo filter is used a little too many times with the environmental modulation for cutscenes. But that's just me.
Now what?
Tatsuma!
Take it easy. It's just a gate. We'll find a way to break through.
That is highly doubtful. It's dry. Correct. I calculated your arrival to the millisecond. Let's see how well I calculated your death.
We'll hold him off, Nato. Go on.
She's right.
Do it, Nato. Find Dry. Hurry.
Come on, you guys can go through those bars. You're not even trying, guys. Come on. Alright, and here is the level 3 basic enemies. We've yet to see any noticeable quirks on these upgrades. These are still pretty easy to take down, and luckily their distinct shapes and colors make them very easy to very easily readable tells. And this is a and these things are unique enemies for Chapter 8. They're pretty freaky and pretty cool. I remember when I first played this game, I wasn't sure how fresh they'd keep the enemy roster, and they wound up surprising me. Like there's always at least one new enemy per chapter, which is pretty wild. You want to end on the elevator, then it'll start going. No, life. Yeah, the lack of a proper lock-on makes focusing on enemies a little tricky. I gotta tell you, hot off the heels of playing Hi-Fi Rush, that's not a good feeling to have a clunkier, less responsive character action hack and slash. Okay, Staples. His scarf's going up. That's just silly. Okay. Here comes the fourth kind of basic humanoid, and probably the worst. These guys are a lot harder to see because of their darker colors blending in with the environment. They have high super armor, which is in ways good because you can always plan around them attacking for a block. And they have tons of health. In New Game Plus and Hard Mode, they are pretty much a nightmare, because you'll deal with a lot of them, and they do not go down quickly, so hope you're good at guarding. Oh, there you are.
That was easy.
Yeah, the not blending in thing's definitely a problem. Once again, not a cutscene. There's a few not cutscenes in a row here in this chapter. Like, that's not a cutscene? And sadly, I think chapter 4 or somewhere around there was when we had our last escapable encounter.
That was easy. Perish.
And I'll have some enemies spawn near the front, so we can't get too far ahead. Forget them. This is another long room. Gotta throw down the gauntlet. Nice. Yeah, it does kind of feel like the boost for the Nito meter is a little inconsistent. I don't think I've seen it go up once in this run. But at least my other meters have been pretty good about it. Alright. Oof. Yeah, like I said, I think a higher guard meter is more important than a higher Nito meter, because with good guards, you can keep your meter charged. Get back in your pod.
That was easy.
Oof. Again, not a cutscene. But also not in a combat room. Think it would be, but merely a boss fountain. Spoiler alert.
Well, if it isn't Samurai, let's see how you like my upgrade.
You're in my way, creep.
Dry has given me great powers.
More like greater ugliness.
So what you want to do, you want to stagger him and then break his guard meter. And then you can start doing some real damage. You also want to just dodge, because his attacks are a lot easier to deal from behind, because it's mostly just a back spike. And that's all she wrote. For this fight, anyway.
Round two. This isn't the end, Samurai boy.
We'll see. Now it's time to hunt down your boss.
I like that he doesn't leave a possibility for a third round, he just cuts his head off. Cuts out the middleman. Ah, ah, ah.
Perish!
Cameron was awfully interested in that column.
That was easy.
Be a green arrow. There you are. Room's a little tricky to get your bearings in.
I told you I'd see you again. I got Ein's permission to dissect your brain this time. It will make a fascinating experiment. I'm thinking of rearranging all of your body parts.
Body parts?
About your experiments, you're a psycho.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Ah, behold my new invention. I call it the Mangler.
It can't be! You're...
I'm going to monitor your brain waves as it kills you slowly. I should get some valuable data. Your brain will be my new toy. I'm sure I'll enjoy playing with it. Right.
Yeah, Mangler's a little tricky, but luckily she has plenty of attacks to get your meter back up. If she'd stop moving. Yeah, this is the last boss of the chapter, so make sure you're... Make sure at least one of your meters is low. I'm fine. I like Dry's performance. That was fun.
See if you can get out of my trap.
As long as I get 1 meter.
Oh, it can't be! Oh no! Oh, no!
What's the matter?
It's her!
Whoa. That's pretty metal.
Come on! This whole place is a trap!
Feel that? It's starting.
Let's go! Hurry! Did you hear me?
But why Dry?
Tatsuma!
Nato, stay back! Get him out of here! Go on.
Nato, no!
Dang, rip.
I know he was your friend, Nato, but there was nothing you could do.
Look, Nato. Time for my next experiment.
I guess cutting his head off didn't quite get the expected results. Yeah, that's a lot of guard meter. Alright. Here we go. The chapter of the run.
It's all my fault. Tatsuma's dead because of me.
Yeah, probably.
hear it, Nato?
They're coming back.
Everyone, go to your posts. Get ready for battle.
It's no use! You heard what they did to his wife? They'll kill us all!
Shut up! Now do it!
This will be the humanoids' final assault. If we hold together, we can defeat them. But you must
Or else
follow
we can
us.
go home and let them crush you.
He's right. We have to fight.
Battle positions, everyone! Nato, this is a diversion. They'll send commandos through the forest.
Right.
Alright, we want to stay by the lake for the spawns. That way we can just get them as they come. Yeah, this is basically going to be a final exam of all the basic enemies we've encountered throughout the game. Boy, is this a cram session. It's a little chaotic visually, but as long as you have a keen eye for what's going for the rhythm of the enemies attacking, you can at least get a good idea of when you can block. Yeah, when your meter gets a little low, it's always good to back off to try and reset. Not being able to block some attacks in the midst of a big mob can spell your doom if you're not careful. You also want to keep an eye out for health pickups. You want all the health you can get, and you want to make sure you're as topped off as possible throughout the level, because there are effectively no full restores between waves. Luckily, there's a cutscene that auto-advances, so you don't have to be anywhere on the screen for this part. Thankfully.
Stop them! To the village!
Okay, now this part, I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to do. I think you're supposed to attack the horsemen as they come, but at the same time, I've seen this section end without them all being attacked. I think you gotta wait for the basic dudes to be eliminated, but yeah, it's kind of a strange section. Oh, you jerks. It's also a little annoying that Nato has no ranged attacks to, like, just keep the pressure on, but, you know. Like even if it didn't do a ton of damage, it would have been nice just, like, having something to just keep the pressure on.
Roji, it's me!
Alright, Nato, come on in. Combay's plan is to let a few of the enemy in, then block the gates so they're trapped inside. So far, it's working.
What about these guys?
Took them out right here at the gate so their friends ran away.
Nice work.
You too. Kambe's guarding Hinata. You might want to check with your friend Q. She's handling the ones we let inside.
Right.
Nice, shiny, wet footsteps, Nato. Alright, here's the first of 3 gauntlets. Relatively tame. It's got, you know, the basic enemies and a couple slappers. They're not too bad. Most of the enemies are more annoying than anything, but... like I said, there's no full heal, so you don't want to have to recover too much hit points. Yeah, it's probably a good idea not to seek out the slappers. You know, they'll eventually run into your blade while you're dealing with the other guys, so... it'll work itself out. I don't know if the a larger Nido will mean the recharge is longer, or if it recharges faster. That's one of those things I'm not quite keen on. Mostly because, like I said, the boost of that meter in particular is very inconsistent and hard to properly gauge manipulation on. Let me get that health. Okay.
Nato, I can't remember anything before the mask, but I remembered how to kill.
They're the bad guys. You're supposed to take them out.
Maybe, but I don't like the way it feels. You better go, Nato. Ada's looking for you.
Sorry. Hang in there, Q.
Yeah.
Now for wave 2, it's so weird that they don't have a recovery between these waves. Okay. The gunners are probably the biggest nuisance, if not biggest threat, because they can open you up to damage from the other enemies, but frame rate! Yeah, again, not too bad a wave, just keep your eyes open, keep your ears peeled. This is where I would have really liked a screen clearer. It's kind of annoying that there's no real way to restore your guard meter other than waiting. Would have been nice if attacking increased it as well or something. Ah! A slowdown on the slowdown. Or twice the drama. So yeah, since there's no recovery until after all 3 of these waves, like that's why you want to make sure to pick up any ones that you see. Oh, nice. Accidentally a badass. Okay, it's 2 down. Yeah.
Not bad. Nice form. Huh? What happened?
I failed, Nato. I have lost my honor as an agent and as a samurai. I tried to protect Hinata, and I couldn't even do that.
But you just defeated these demons.
Ah, that's nothing. I took out my own eyes. The agents backed off, but not the humanoids. Now Svai's taken over the attack.
Svai? You mean that witch?
Yeah. She's got a grudge against me because of Hinata. Nothing'll satisfy her. There's only one way I can redeem my honor.
What are you talking about? Look, 8. You just won this battle. You don't need to make any more sacrifices. Relax. I'll check in with Kanbei.
Nato, don't blame Jody for what happened to my eyes. It was my idea. She's innocent.
I know.
No? Dang. And here I was wondering about their game's caginess with blood, and yet there's some blood right there. Kinda all over the place. What decides is too hardcore? Okay. Here it is. Serious time, guys. This is the longest fight in the game. And depending on where you die, it can cost you up to 10 minutes of time loss. So, this is what all the meter manipulation at the end of chapters has been building towards. And, it is entirely okay to take this slow and steady. Actually, it's even hard to take it slow and steady because the enemies come at you so aggressive that it's such... And health is such a, it comes at such a premium that it's basically a war of attrition no matter how careful you are, which is what makes it an absolute nightmare on hard mode. Like, even New Game Plus with a nearly full HP meter, like, all the hit points in the world isn't going to stop you from getting shredded. So, like, you want a ton of guard to get it to stay in there, you want a ton of HP to last. Because the roughest enemies in the game show up in this gauntlet, and they just don't stop. But the one upside the one upside is that almost all the enemies have massive super armor, so you can always keep your Nido meter up. If nothing else, this track slaps. Oh, health. Oof. Ah. This is where I trade my kingdom for a room clearer. No, no! Oh, and we're not done yet, by the way. Oh, thank God. So it's the final assault of the fatties, and Necrol is back, and better than ever. So yeah, this is a two-stage gauntlet, and if you die here, you have to go back to the beginning of the previous section. So don't do that. This is especially bad on hard mode, where Necrol will absolutely shred your hit points. And honestly, it's really hard to tell which one's more important to go to between the fatties and Necrol, because they keep coming in. There's about, I want to say, three or four waves of them. But Necrol has tons of damage, and he has, you know, the explosives around the area. So it's kind of a mess. But I think we're out of the woods. For the most part. I'm not going to speak too soon. Okay. Okay. Oh, and if that weren't enough, this next screen has a soft lock risk, but luckily I have a safety save in case that happens. But but yeah, for this, in other marathons, like if you're starting with with low hit points, it's probably better just to eat a death and continue. That way you have your health at full. But yeah, that's not great. But first try. Yeah, this one isn't as bad, but at the same time, if you can't get careless because there are no health pickups, and the enemies can smack you around pretty bad. But luckily, luckily we're past the checkpoint, so dying here will just bring us to the beginning of this wave, which is a significantly shorter time loss. Yeah, this is where I think these big dudes no longer have blockable attacks, because every time I've tried blocking them, it's just I've just eaten a hit, so I'm just not going to risk it. Or that's what I'd like to say if they weren't absolutely creaming me right now. Kind of where I'd like some life meters too, like little personalized life meters for the enemies. Yeah, see, their attacks just don't seem to. Ah, come on. Come on! Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Woof! And that's the worst part of the game right there.
Is gonna be disappointed. No!
Yeah! I mean, no! Pretty badass. Luckily, they're still nice enough to give you a pretty hefty recovery. I forget if the next... We're going to be fighting another group boss. I forget if they send you back to the previous area as a checkpoint, but let's not find out. Ugh.
us to get to Spy.
My pleasure.
All right. So you want to try and focus your attacks on the mage, if you can, because he's got range attacks and is a general nuisance. Once that's done, you can shred the others. Yeah, and the initial phase of this fight's kind of hectic because of 3 different attacks coming at you, but once you get one of them down, it's pretty manageable. Okay, that's 2 down. Oh, he moves like they do. Or like me do. Haha. Dude, come on. This is cool and all, but I got a marathon to finish. There we go. Yeah, it's weird. They give you tons of recovery after all that stuff, but not between the big gauntlets. I don't know. What do I know about the game design? Alright, we should be in the clear for problem spots now.
I've been looking for you. I still want you for my pet. Boy. Your eyes still sparkle when you're angry.
You're the reason Eight's dead.
I told you all humans will die except for you. You'll make a nice little slave.
This fight is why I wish there was a ranged attack, because there are times where where Spy will just hang up in the air and you can't do anything about it. Otherwise, she's a pretty aggressive boss, so it is easy to get in some blocks, like so. So when she does decide to take the fight to you, it's pretty easy to keep up the pressure. Whew, that was easy.
You fool! I offered you life. Instead, you chose death. So you shall have it when I return!
I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen.
8 died protecting Hinata and the village.
8 betrayed the agency. He put the entire city in danger.
What are you doing here? We had a clear agreement. You promised to leave Hinata alone.
Whoa, take it easy. I didn't come here for the sacred child.
What?
Hello, Hinata. You know I never wished to harm you. The city needs its sacred child and treasure. But you don't have the treasure anymore, do you? We found out from Jody. You did have us fooled for a while, though. You see, we could replace the sacred child, but we can't replace the treasure. It's the key to running the entire city. That's why we chased Hinata and attacked the village. Hinata had the treasure, but she tricked us and gave it to Jody. Isn't that right, Hinata?
Then why don't you get the treasure from Jody?
We were trying to do that when you and your samurai got in the way. While we were following you, the humanoids nabbed Jody. If they unlock the power of the treasure, it'll be the end of our world.
Then let's find Jody and get the treasure back.
They've taken her to the Forbidden Land. It's sealed off by a mystical force.
Nice zoom.
I hope so. You're the only ones who can stop the humanoids now. Goodbye, Hinata, and good luck. I was always loyal to you, Hinata. I hated to see you suffer, but the city needed you. For me, you will always be the sacred child, now and forever.
I'm going after Jody.
Wait, Nato. You can't do it by yourself.
He's right.
Jody wanted to come with us. I'm the one who pushed her away.
Why? Why did you do that?
I was trying to protect her.
That's why.
Go and find her. Q will go with you.
Remember, Nato, Sensei said your destiny is with me.
She's right. Listen to your sensei, bud. Okay.
Love you, Roji. Nice. Look at that guard meter. All right. The 10th and final chapter, y'all. Oh yeah, and in case I didn't mention it before, the agent is voiced by Jamieson Price, who you might remember as Papa Nier from Nier Gestalt, and Elvis from God Hand, among other things. A personal favorite of mine.
It's opening. How did you do that?
I don't know.
Of course.
That's going to be her recurring gag throughout this chapter.
How are we gonna find Jody in here?
First, we'll need to get past the Guardians.
Guardians?
Okay, now these guys are a little tricky. You have to parry their initial charge when they're teleporting around, otherwise they won't stick around for you to fight them. I do like that even though the combat's a little clunky, they do mix things up on how certain fights are approached, like this and Epsilon. Like, they obviously didn't like hit a home run, but the fact that an attempt was made is admirable.
You all right, Q?
Yes.
Okay.
On my notes, there's like basically every screen in the game on the notes for this is walk forward, skip cutscene, walk forward, skip cutscene. So, if anything, it was easy to write the guide for this one. That's nice. That's nice. Q.
This is the heart of it. The forbidden land of the humanoids. Maybe we can finally figure out what they're up to.
This seems familiar. Authorize.
It's like it knows you. Whoa! Why didn't you tell me it was going down?
I didn't know.
Oh, right.
I don't remember anything.
Well, Sensei said you're my destiny, so what's a little memory lapse?
I guess.
I'm glad you're here, Q. Whatever happens, it's better if we face it together.
Yes. I just wish I could remember.
I can't remember.
You recognize this place?
Not sure.
Now, sometimes he'll have a non-charge attack where he'll just hit his swipe with his claw through the portal, which I don't think either version of this does it more often than the other. I think these are effectively the same fights. Ah, dang it. See. Yeah. Beautiful. I don't want to say that it's a problem fight, but it is kind of annoying. Can't get your guards right.
This way.
How do you know that? Okay, never mind.
Time to go through the iconic Green Duke's archives.
Sume Mitama. I know these words mean something, like they're leading me somewhere. The further we go, the more I feel that this is my world.
Yeah, but is it real or just a feeling they planted in your brain?
I wish I knew. You know what it's like? When you can't trust your own feelings, your own senses? There's only one thing I feel sure of, Nato. That's you.
Aww.
There's a book here.
There's lots of books here.
But there's just one I'm supposed to read.
Okay.
Mitama Naki Kugutsuni Yadorishi Kami. It's the Book of Itofa. Kushi Mitama. That's the Avalon Chronicle. Yaegumo Chihaki Yashihoji Kanmusubi no Ikura Magamitama Nenokuni Shinki Nishoku. It's all about the black flames of Almana. They're triggered by 3 elements.
Okay, what 3 elements?
First, a young humanoid leader. Second, a sacred object.
You mean like the one Hinata had?
Yes.
And what's the 3rd element?
Me.
At least they find the books for you. Oh, oh, oh. Some deep research on this anime science. Good chat. Good chat, Q. And this cutscene will play right on cue.
What is it?
Same as before, in the stadium.
You, me, power, union, transcendence.
Ein! No!
Yes.
Yes! Classic explosion silhouette with the rising debris. Love it.
Yes, I remember now. Ein, you are the other half of my power.
Q?
I must join him, my Omitama, my soul spirit.
Now, clearly, this happened in the original too, as did the rapping ninjas earlier. I mean, it just had to have.
Great. I feel that now may be the time, and you may be the one who can do what no warrior could do before.
How do I get back to Q? You'd better talk fast.
You will find her by killing me. But my body is indestructible. Can you destroy the indestructible?
Now, Fen is voiced by Christopher Carroll, which, if IMDb is telling me right, is more of a live-action TV actor than a voiceover artist, which is curious. Anyway, this fight, Fen is constantly regaining his health, and if you let up on attacking him, his health will start regenerating, so you just gotta keep the pressure on. Only one other boss has this gimmick, and it is the penultimate hidden boss in Chapter 3, Ushiwaka, I think. His health regenerates too.
Now I am free of this world.
And he's much harder.
You have done what no other could do. Not merely with your skill, but with your rage, your passion. Now I can cross over and find Nirvana. Thank you, Samurai. Oh, the girl is across the bridge.
Oh, sorry. Oniwaka. My bad. See ya. Nice liftoff on that descent. But Ushiwaka is the boss that you unlock by beating Oniwaka, so. Ushiwaka is pretty fun because like he stands on the arena barriers sometimes to attack.
My inspiration. In order to meet your challenge, I had to design a creature more powerful than anything before it. Behold my masterpiece, Sex 3.10.
That's just silly.
It'll take days for you to die in exquisite agony. This is the ultimate upgrade. Attack! Zex, follow my instructions, you moron!
Who the heck are you?
You talk too much, Dry. Now listen here, Zex. Program you to be disobedient. Now put my head back on right now, Zex.
Now, it's you and me, samurai boy.
They don't really show him smushing him very well, which is kind of weird. Alright, Zex. Yeah, same deal. You have to... You have to lower his stagger meter before you can start doing damage. Though it's weird, there's no real hit indication on attacking the hands. You just have to go by the combo meter that slowly builds up. It's kind of an awkward fight, and it's really easy to get careless. But yeah, if you strafe outside, you can avoid. You can just ignore that whole attack and. Okay. Now he'll start taking damage. And I will too. Alright, this is the track mode theme. Oh no! No! Okay. It's good to bait out that attack, otherwise other attacks are a little too, Watch out, that little dismount on his hand still, There's nothing he can do if you're outside his hands with that attack. Yeah! Oh no! I'm playing it safe because I don't want to... Oh, come on! Come on. No! Unfortunately, there's no real way to regain your meter for this. Come on! Oh, thank God. Whew. That's a close one. It's not necessarily a tough fight, but it's really easy to just lose. Okay, we're on the home stretch, y'all. All that's left is I.
It is time for you and I to become one.
Why? So you can destroy this world? I've had enough destruction.
You have no choice. Your soul will become mine. Then I shall be transcendent. Oho kuni tamano hirako noto kiha fuki no narabe matsurite kamu sumi no ikura no yoroshiro sofu yoro yachi no fushi nippuna toroke nori wo mochite amano hoshi
Nato!
No!
Well.
Q, no. Sensei said Q's destiny was my destiny. Now I know why. She led me to you, and you must be destroyed. Your energy fuels the humanoids in their cruelty. When you are dead, then at last we will be free.
I'm just gonna eat a death because you didn't heal. I didn't get healed at the end of the fight, so let's not drag this out. Take this! Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah. First death. All right, let's do it. Yeah, Ein is voiced by none other than Crispin Freeman, who you might know as Alucard and several other very prominent anime roles. You can get out of that stun lock just in time to block him. The only other boss who uses that mechanic is one of the optional bosses in Chapter 3. Who also uses it to great effect. Though I think she can get an attack in a little sooner than Ein does. Oh, come on, man. Heh heh heh. 1 and 1, Ein. It's Ein and Ein. I thought I smelled anime. I do like his incomplete look with his tiny wings and his fragmented limbs. Okay, now for this fight we need to get those ribbons to attack and do that. And that staggers him so we can attack him. Now it's possible to two-cycle him, which I don't know if it'll be feasible with things as they are, but yeah, it's a little awkward. I don't think blocking the ribbons boosts your meter either. Yeah, you're kind of at the whims of RNG for this boss. Come on. Of course, those things can stun lock you, and it's very unpleasant. Oh yeah, that. Oh, cool. He decided to come down. How nice of him! And yeah, he's done. Whew. We're there for a second. Oh, see ya. Alright, we almost maxed out the guard meter. Nice. Alright, now one last cutscene to bring it home. Or, you know, one last sequence of cutscenes.
I'm sorry about Q. If she hadn't led you to the Forbidden Land, you couldn't have saved me. Feels good to be out here in the sunlight, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm glad you're back, Jody.
I guess Jody was just kind of like chilling out around there. In the anime dimension.
Look who's here. Hinata!
Oh, Hinata, we're so glad you're safe.
Hey, this is yours, the sacred treasure.
What's the matter?
Hey.
What?
Now, if I recall, she's willingly mute. Like, she was told not to speak to, like, give away any secrets or something. So, but that's kind of just, like, up in the air with that.
Okay, get her off the bridge, quick.
Come on.
Ruh-roh. Oh no, a final boss on the cutscene dimension. I'm not ready for this.
Be careful.
A lot of the outfits kind of remind me of Phantasy Star Online. A good one, Nato. I think Zvi cut it though, so.
Now that Iron is gone, I'll rule the humanoids. All I need is the treasure.
She kind of reminds me of Zora from Legend of Legaia, but more proactive, which is kind of cool. Jody, no!
You risked everything for me, Nato. She's still there. Watch out!
wanted you for my pet.
Ow.
But you chose this wench. Now you pay with your life. No.
Dang, Nato. Whoa! This is gnarly, bro! It's a pretty good thrust from that position, goddamn.
Nato, you have to let go. Save yourself.
No. Just hold on. We're together. Nothing's gonna change that. Sensei said, the way of the samurai is the way of freedom. We're free now, Jody.
She's just up there, dead. And they're down there, also dead. Yeah. Story had a bit of a body count, I would say. Even the heroes weren't spared.
Well, it's only you and me now, Kanbei. But we won.
Hiroji made it.
So sure. The humanoids are defeated and the village is at peace now. But think about it. It's the villagers who've really won. They have their families, their fields. What do we have? One more journey, and more friends left behind.
Alright, and that's time on the cutscene percent. And that was 7 Samurai 20XX. Thank you all for coming out. And, yeah. I'd say minus the cutscenes, that's probably a new record in some cases. But, yeah. Thanks for having me, guys, and, I'd like to do one last dedication to my grandma. We found out she passed away last night, yesterday morning, so, this one goes out to you, Grandma. I love ya. May you find peace wherever you are, and, I guess I'll turn it over to whatever needs to be done after this. Thanks for coming out, guys. Enjoy the rest of the marathon. Take it easy, y'all. I'll see you next time.